kickoff kickoff of Quantum and AI Innovation Center at the Quantum Valley, jointly done by APSCHE and IBM. So we are joined by respected Chairman Sir Madhumurthy Garu. We'll be shortly joining by our Secretary to the Audit Chief, Mr. Sri Pradyumna Garu. We are also joined by delegates from IBM. So we have Pat Kuman, Shesha, Dr. Dinakaran, and we have leaders from industry, startups, and we have more importantly all the key leaders from the academic network. So who will be driving this initiative? Just to set the context, so Amravati Quantum Valley is a flagship initiative of the state government. So this initiative has been shaping up very well, and it is now organized into 5 pillars post the Amravati Quantum Valley Declaration last year. So we now organize this entire program under 5 pillars. The first pillar focuses on infrastructure development. So we are meeting the state of the art buildings and infrastructure. Pillar two is building the hardware components and the ecosystems there. So we've seen some success here already with building the dilution refrigerator, which is shaping up very well. Third pillar, we are working on software. So here we are focusing on working on quantum biofoundry, quantum banking cluster, quantum and the AI innovation centers. The work that we are doing is part of this bucket. And another initiative called quantum operating systems. So this is the third pillar in which we are focusing on the software. The fourth pillar is organizations that are coming into Quantum Valley. So right now we are talking about 120 plus organizations uh, India.
Yeah, Sridhar, I've joined.
Yeah, thank you for joining, sir.
So, అందరికీ నమస్కారం అండి. Should I speak in English or in Telugu?
Yeah, we're joined by Pat and friends.
Yeah, okay, I understood. I'll speak in English. So, good morning, everybody. And I'm sorry, I'm actually in my academy undergoing phase 4 of my training. So it's for 25 days, and therefore I'm not going to. Am I audible?
You are. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, I'm joining, virtually. But understanding the importance of this meeting, this initiative, I've decided to sort of join my thoughts for 3-4 minutes before I, log off. So I welcome all, and Miss Voika, the IBM QS head who has joined us virtually, Dr. Shesha and Dinakaran from IBM, Ms. Pat from IBM, Dr. Venkat Subramaniam from Qubit Force, Professor Madhumurthy, the chairman of APSCHE, Sridhar, the MD of the State Quantum Machine, the startups, the industry, and most importantly, people from the academia, the professors, the faculty members, and the students. This is a very, very important initiative because this is the first time, probably in the world, where we have started a Quantum AI Innovation Center. So earlier there was only Quantum Innovation Center, but we at Amaravati, we realized that quantum and AI cannot be now separated; they have to be integrated, and therefore we have started today we are starting the Quantum AI Innovation Center. So this is the first speciality or uniqueness of this initiative is quantum and AI. The second is this is the first time that an innovation center has been placed in an administrative setup that is in the Amravati Quantum Valley. Earlier, quantum innovation centers were typically placed in the universities. And the reason why we have done this is that we don't want this to be, center for which runs only for 2 years and 3 years, and that then gets wound up. We want it to be a continuous center which will run for the next 25, 30 years. And then when the next technology takes over, something else comes in. So this is second uniqueness. Third is nowhere in the world so many people have joined the center virtually. In the sense now this center, the Quantum AI Innovation Center, has got 380 innovation cells in a hub and spoke model. So, and this each of this innovation cell has got 10, roughly 10, faculty members and students. So there are about 3,800 people who are now going to work on quantum solutions. So what does this innovation center do? So it tries to take real world problems from the industry and then celebrate on it, think on it. These innovation cells will think, and then they will come up with solutions, and those solutions will be developed into an algorithm, and eventually that algorithm will be developed into probably a product under a startup. So you have an ecosystem in itself, the solution coming, the problems coming from the industry, the solutions are starting with the academia, and the students, and ultimately converting it itself into an algorithm and a sellable product by RTI. And IBM will be there as the nucleus of it, trying to give all the expertise, not only in terms of computing, strength, but also in terms of expertise, its knowledge to come to develop an algorithm which is frugal, which is scalable. So this sort of architecture, this sort of model has never been attempted in the past, where industry is involved, where academy is involved, where IBM is involved, and at the same time, the scale has never been attempted in the past, and it is not something which is again short-lived or has got a finite expiry date. So this will go on. So this is an attempt whereby we are now trying to include everybody, every expert in AP, in India, and the world to the Quantum AI Innovation Center, and this center will keep on growing. So my request is, please understand, to the academia is that we should do translational research. There's no point in doing research which stays in the library. It has its uses. I am not currently talking about that. This innovation center is about translational research. And please understand the world. The world is moving so fast. 2 days back, I think the US government issued an order banning few AI models coming into the going to the other nations. So we have to now be technologically sovereign. We have to be computationally sovereign. We have to be digitally sovereign. And this Quantum Innovation Center is a small step in that direction. So please, my only request to all the academia and all the industries should think that the crisis will come sooner than expected, and academia should think that we have to offer the solution much sooner than what you're anticipating. So we're looking at months, not definitely at years. So please understand the importance of geopolitics and technology. The effort is to make India computationally sovereign. And that is what at the state quantum mission we are doing. So I congratulate everybody for participating in this. I do believe that this has a great scope, for the future. I thank once again the entire team from IBM led by Noika, Shesha, and others for for making this a reality. I thank Professor Madhumurthy for making it possible, and also most importantly the faculty and the students who are joining from all over the state. But the 53 professors or the 53 faculty members who were initially part of a discussion are going to be the nucleus. So this is probably, this may not get publicity tomorrow in the papers, because what we are doing now, okay, people will understand the importance 5 6 years later. So this is the vision with which we are working. With these words, I thank everybody for giving me this opportunity to come online. I'm sorry I'm not able to spend time with you. My class bell has already rung and I have to go there and I have to attend the classes. So congratulations once again. All the best. And the vision is very simple. Amravati should bring out 1,000 algorithms or use cases in the near future. And we should start churning out algorithms like assembly line production. Thank you very much. Thanks, Sridhar. And I'll log off. Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you for laying the foundation and setting up the vision for Quantum and AI Innovation Center. And thank you for taking time and joining today. Uh, so I'll just take 2 minutes before I hand over to my officers. So I was talking about the 5 pillars of the state quantum mission. So we're working on setting up the infrastructure to setting up the hardware component cluster, third on the software part, fourth on getting the company. So this year we're focusing on getting all the research institutions into the Quantum Valley. So we already have some of the institutions that are already coming up, like NILET, CDOT, CDAC, CSIR. All these organizations will be establishing their offices soon, and they're working on the DPRs. Right now, working with about 120 organizations of different size who are actively participating with us, who will be sharing us the use cases for us to work together in shaping up the software side. And the last pillar, which is the most important pillar, is the talent. So everything is centered around this one. So the most important goal is to create a sizable talent pool around the region. So that can fuel all the startups that are coming into the region, all the companies that are coming into the region. And then we should also create a powerhouse of talent, so which will also fuel the global GCCs who will be coming soon working on these algorithms. So throughout the world, most of the Fortune 500 companies are working on quantum algorithms today. And there is an opportunity for us because we had a very nice head start in this one, and we are also getting the IBM quantum machine. So we have an opportunity to work on some of the state-of-the-art infrastructure, so which will provide us, which will give us scope to build the initial set of algorithms and then create innovation and IP. So for this bucket, so we are supported by APSCHE team already. So from over the last 1 year, APSCHE team has taken significant steps in terms of conducting the FTP programs, hackathons, and many other things. So Madhumurthy sir will list out some of these details. And as a part of this Quantum AI Innovation Center, like you mentioned, we are being this model anchoring this entire story of this network. So Voika will be sharing the presentation about how this network operates, and we'll be working under the guidance of the team on shaping the network and how the network gets better and better, and then how we spend on the computer and work on the algorithms. So with that as a goal, once again, congratulations and thank you all for joining on today's session for the kickoff of this Quantum and AI Innovation Network. This is just a beginning. We'll be doing many more things from here. So I would now request Dr. Madhumurthy Garu to share the vision of APSCHE and the words about Quantum and AI Innovation Center from his perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. Distinguished guests, experts, colleagues, academicians, particularly those who have come from the industry. It's a moment of great pleasure and also a moment of pride of being able to come up with an initiative of launching the Amravati Quantum and AI Center. This has a great vision to combinedly work for the progress of the academics as well as the industry and the state, progress of the state. Particularly as we see that the future lies with the frontier technologies, and there are fast changing trends, not only in academic institutions, but also in the industry and the job sector. In that particular context, it is time for all of us to join together to think of activities that we could initiate and probably coordinate in a concerted manner so that innovation also takes place in the academic area, which is more purposeful and meaningful. Before I get into this, let me also share a few thoughts about what we have been doing at the AP State Council of Higher Education. For the last few years, AP State Council for Higher Education has been taking strategic steps in trying to include or transforming higher education in the state by including various frontier areas of technologies as well and the emerging areas. And this is with a belief that the future competitiveness or the progress of the state and the nation depends upon how effectively our institutions can train and develop students, our academia, and the research that we all dwell in, particularly involving them in transforming areas like the quantum computing, artificial intelligence, deep technologies, and semiconductors, and so on. There are, the government, we have a very progressive government today with several ideas and projects being grounded. And of all this, there is a plan for cluster-based development across the state with several areas already identified under Swarnandhra. So based on this, there are also centers of excellence that could be established. But having decided and came up with Amravati Quantum Valley Declaration, we started thinking of developing human resource on this front. And APSCHE had taken the lead in developing almost 600 plus faculty members on quantum technologies. So we conducted faculty development programs not only in quantum technologies, but also on applications of artificial intelligence. Another 150 of them have been trained on. In addition to this, there is curriculum revision, which has included all these latest emerging technologies as part of the curriculum. And the application of AI has been introduced as part of most of the curriculums. In addition to this, to create such sort of awareness, enthusiasm, and participation in all these emerging technologies, almost the State Council has conducted a large level hackathon, which is called the Amravati Quantum Valley Hackathon 2025, with a participation of more than 20,000 students. And this has made quantum a street talk. And today, there is great awareness and enthusiasm, and the participation has been so good in these areas. In addition to this, as Sri Pradyumna was mentioning, we have already created about 381 quantum innovation cells in various institutions, universities all across. And there are about 29 centers which have also been doing a great job on this. In addition to this, the present idea of Amravati Quantum and AI Center is taken up as a coordinating agency of all these QAICs that we have already had. Because the idea of all these programs that APSCHE has been doing is not to function in isolation, but to have a coordinated effort so that the things that we do are much more meaningful and come up with more relevant activities to the society and the industry. And in this, we are trying to consolidate what we have done so far and trying to connect with the growing network of quantum innovation cells under a common statewide framework of Amravati Quantum and AI Innovation Center, QAIC. And this is a very innovative network that we are trying to have, driving not only the academia, but trying to, with the support of industry, particularly the expertise of the technology leaders, IBM, in this. Fortunately, here we have today many experts from the IBM, who are going to handhold us in this particular activity. And this QAIC will also help us not only to gain advantage of knowledge and practical exposure to these technologies, particularly the quantum technologies and AI, but also enhance research excellence and academic eminence. They will also help us solve several of those computational optimization technique problems that we have and build real world solutions in most of the cases. We also wish to have such a setup where we would be able to create future ready products from the campuses, workforce equipped to handle all such responsibilities of the quantum era. The new model that we are trying to come up is that the collaborative approach. And this we are setting ourselves a target to come up with almost 1,000 use cases by the year end. And most probably, this requires a lot of us getting involved, getting trained, getting our students involved in all this, encouraging them in participating in all these activities. Initially, we have to understand that this sort of an activity of QAIC would help us not only to the institution, but to the academia, to the students, but also in the growth and progress of the nation as well. And finally, this also decides how competitive we are in the global arena. With this, I welcome all of you to this network of QAIC and the activities that are slated for, and active participation in these activities so that we get benefited. Together, let us build a strong quantum innovation ecosystem, create global relevant solutions, generate intellectual property, nurture deep tech startups, and also develop a world-class workforce for a quantum era. This particularly is necessary because the technologies that we are developing today will define the industries of progress of tomorrow. And Andhra Pradesh has every opportunity to be at the forefront of this transformation. With this, I congratulate all of you for joining this and hope to see active participation from each of these QICs and the students who are enrolled into this. Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. Thank you very much.
Sharing the vision of State Council for Higher Education and all the initiatives that are being taken up, and also there's a vision laid out for QAIC. Once again, thank you so much for your support over the last 1 year, sir. Actually, a lot of initiatives kicked off, and these have triggered good vibrancy across the entire state, especially with Quantum Hackathon, the FTP programs. The entire state talent network got engaged with the Quantum Valley initiatives. So I would now request my sir to launch. Venkat sir is the advisor for State Quantum Valley, and he's also the CEO of Qubit Force, so who is working on the testing and characterizing capability of superconducting system.
Thank you, sir. And it's really an honor. We started, I think, last year. Sorry, we started discussing only last year, and in I don't know how many few months, this journey has really brought us to this juncture where we are again. I think the special thing that APSCHE has been doing is the speed and the scale. We just have to give the word, and it just happens, because that 70,000 in the Pfizer program, 1 lakh in the NPTEL, then hackathon 20,000, then the Kiskit Fall Fest. I think the largest one participation was again from APSCHE colleges in the world. So again, this 380 number, 381 in fact, is a number which has not been heard before in a QIC context, So again, which makes it very special and which shows that APSCHE and the Andhra government have been thinking completely out of the box, taking something which is there and making it bigger, 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 so that it becomes so impactful. And as you sir said, close to every individual, not just students, but grandmothers, grandchildren. Everybody in Andhra, I think, knows the word quantum now. There is nobody in Andhra who doesn't know the word quantum. Okay, it is the only state in India where this has happened. And it is because of these efforts and look at the time period. This short time period, it doesn't happen anywhere else. It only happens here. Okay, it only happens here because of the vision and the cooperative spirit of everyone. And I want to thank the IBM team. They have been there from day one. when this was all conceptualized somewhere in the air. They've been there. Of course, now the rules have also changed. It used to be TCS, there was IBM, now he's no longer TCS. Sridhar sir is driving this whole effort. So, but I think what has happened is a lot of ideas, good people have come together, and every faculty has supported this. That enthusiasm is what has driven this whole thing forward. And the students, amazing students. Yesterday I was shocked when I went to Meda Towers. It's full now. The fourth floor is full with students. So thank you, and let's move even faster. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, thank you for inspiring this. So now I will turn the to IBM team. So I would request Shesha to give opening remarks on the QAIC.
Thank you, Sridhar. So thanks for the invitation and thanks for hosting us. Really appreciate it, and thank you all for participating. Um, Many of you already know quantum as a technology is a fundamentally new technology in the horizon. Last century, we just um, invention of quantum physics changed the way we work. So it led to so many technologies just by the knowledge of quantum physics, like the MRIs that we use on a regular basis, semiconductors that we use, lasers. All these are products of understanding, just knowing what quantum physics is helped us shape these technologies, and this were transformative. And these are fundamental now for all our growth and development that has happened. And the economic impact is disproportionately significant because of just the knowledge of it. What is happening now is we are in that similar inflection point in terms of technology where we are not just thinking about understanding the technology or quantum physics of it, but we are using quantum physics to build the technology and use the principles of quantum physics in the operation of the technology. So that's a very fundamentally different thing. And what that you can very well imagine if just knowing quantum physics has led to so many novel technological innovations that basically underwrote the economy of it. You can very well imagine the scale of potential impact of using quantum principles in technology development and in the operation of things will have disproportionate impact in the technology well, and therefore in the economy, and therefore in our well-being of the future. So this is at that particular point where we are having this, we call it second revolution in quantum that's happening right now. We are experiencing it right now. Our grandchildren and grandchildren will think back and reflect. They will see this time frame as a key pivoting point where this happened. I think we are in the midst of it. We don't see the history of why things are getting made. Then this is where initiatives at the scale that AP government is driving and APSCHE as an educational body is driving is very important and critical for people understand not just the technical part of it, but also appreciate why they need to learn. There is it's very challenging, particularly for educational organizations to quickly change and bring in novel subjects because there is a history of doing things the way it is done. But the scale at which, on the pace at which this is being adopted, is very impressive. Looking ahead, equally, I think the role of QIC that we do Quantum Innovation Center from IBM standpoint is focus on deep skill development, focus on research, deep skill development, and hopefully, if there is a commercial outcome of it through startups, help mentor the startups in the initial phases in particular, and work with them in their journey as they progress, and also help in certain enterprises in their say workforce development related activities and so forth. And then there are certain community activities. I think the value that we really bring is the deep skill part of it to share the best expertise, the best techniques, best algorithms that are out there. And this field is also evolving as we speak. It's changing. It's not a fixed thing. So there is a constant need to keep on updating the skills. So it is important to be abreast on it so that you build your next innovation on top of the latest and that is out there. So having an institutional framework like this, where this can be quickly disseminated to all the people on the ground as and when things change, is very critical. Many places we have seen that if we are engaging a particular institution, that institution is much further along. Others are nowhere in the scene in terms of where they are. Having this kind of framework and way to drive this quickly then provides an institutional solution to some of this. I'm hoping that we will see a lot more deep skill activity, deep skill related outcomes to come through in the state as part of the initiative that's been driven. And also the ambition and aspiration set out by Amravati Quantum Declaration, I hope also can be met. And we will see in due course the economic outcome as well and the welfare of the people. That will impact. So I'm hoping all of this will happen. Our effort would be more narrow, focused on helping on the deep skill part, but I'm hoping that there is so many other layers of institutions available to pick it up and spread it that we will have much broader income. And I'm hoping to see AP, particularly the quantum journey, become one of the leading light in the country and also globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Shesha. Yeah, thank you for IBM being always a trusted partner in this entire journey from the Quantum Valley, and also been helping us for setting up the direction, setting up the research goals, and working on IBM quantum systems over the last 1 year. Your support has been immense and very helpful for this one. So while we get into the organization structure and all those things with WICA, I will request Pat if you can say a few words.
Sure. Thank you, sir, very much for having us here. And thank you all of you coming and being a part of it. It's much appreciated, and we're very excited to also be a part of that. Education is utmost important, not only for you, but for us and the entire world. What you're doing here in the state is really amazing. I just reminded myself that just a few days ago, about 2 months ago, it was May 4th, 2026. On May 4th, 2016, we deployed the first 5-qubit quantum computer on the cloud. It was called IBM Quantum Experience. And it was just 15 of us sitting in a small lab space upstate New York, where we didn't even imagine where this can take us. And yet we're sitting here and you're pushing the limits of education using devices like that. So it makes my heart be very happy. So thank you very much, and I hope this can be taken to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you for coming down for this meeting, and your participation in this group, Quantum Innovation Network of the state, is very important. So you're always available at Meta Towers and doing some very innovative, interesting things. Thank you so much. So again, I will request Dina to say from the part of IBM quantum communities. I would request Dina to explain how these communities are working globally and how we are special. And subsequently, we'll get into Vaika's presentation. Vaika's presentation will start at 12:30 onwards. So she's in London today, attending an event, and then she'll be joining at 12:30. After Shesha explains Shesha's talk, I will explain about the overall structure of QAIC, what we'll be doing, and all those things. And we will take a short break, and subsequently, Vaika will start the session.
All right. In fact, I was planning to talk about how Amravati is different. I don't know whether it was a good prompting, So overall, worldwide, we have roughly about 40 quantum innovation centers. But it is always, like inspiring, and there is always an extra energy when we work with the new but very promising Amravati Quantum Innovation Center. Because, it's a new capital being built, and there are many things new, and the leadership could have easily been conservative in their plans, but it is very inspiring and to see ambitious plans being set up from the chief minister's level to Amravati Quantum Valley to APSCHE and everyone here involved. And after ambitious plans are set up, there is also very strong execution needed. Over the last year, we can see a very significant progress in terms of how, let's say, like you've gotten almost the entire state to pick up the foundations of quantum computing, at least get started in the journey to grow towards this ambitious goal of 100 use cases and startups, deep tech, right? I mean, deep tech startups are not trivial to do. Like we're thinking about, let's say, I mean, OpenAI and Anthropic are going to do an IPO, which is 1 trillion, expecting to be 1 trillion valuation, right? So, I mean, that's sort of the level of deep tech startups that we hope to create, or at least the government hopes to create from the region here. And the path towards that is hard, but I think it's inspiring to see you all setting the foundations for it and building up towards that. From an IBM perspective, with everything related to quantum computing, we are like very happy to engage as a technical partner here. Today, we'll hear about the stepwise plan that we have, starting with foundations to some more advanced quantum algorithms that you learn in theory to be able to replicate the research papers that come up, that are state of art demonstrations of what can be done with quantum computers, and then to further think about, based on your expertise and your domain knowledge, how we can leverage quantum computers to have like use cases demonstrated, right? And hopefully like new IP gets created and that forms a seed for new startups, right? And then over time, I mean, I will see, I think Amaravati Quantum Valley will have a similar demonstration and sort of cross pollination of these across different technologies, across the different deep tech that is coming up. So we are like really happy to see, to work with the ecosystem here, and we are also like equally like looking forward to the great outcomes that we can anticipate like in reality in the in a few years time.
Thank you, Shasha. So anything you want to add, sir?
Yeah. I think the most important aspect that I missed to say was that joining this global network of QAIC's centers is one great effort, which would help us with several benefits of sharing not only ideas, but also resources and technologies across. And I think that's the advantage that we have with all formation of this Amravati Quantum and AI Center here. And that's the most proudest moment today in launching this and being a part of a global center to take advantage of all the facilities, resources, expertise, problems, solutions, where several other centers have also been trying and gaining knowledge and experience that they have gained. I think that's one thing. In addition to this, the support that is being extended by IBM with respect to skills build is one thing that we have also been taking up with the universities in offering programs not only on quantum, AI, cybersecurity, and also data science, along with entrepreneurship and startup activities. These are all in addition to the others, like Wiser has also been coming up with programs on quantum, which would open, give openings to the academic institutions and the students to have such opportunity of getting a certified, industry certified sort of coursework and being a part of the curriculum definitely benefit them. Particularly the offerings of faculty development programs through IBM would further enhance our own efforts in improving the activities on this technology front. I appreciate all the support and handholding that we are getting through IBM. And yes, Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, sir. So I will now shift to the next part of the agenda, sir. So I will talk about the QAIC, and you have shared the vision of QAIC, sir, and I will also talk about a little bit on the operational model. Thank you so much.
Please.
So yeah, so last year in the month of February, yes, IBM and LNT partnered with the AP government and then kickstarted this initiative of bringing quantum machine into Amravati. And subsequently, Honorable Chief Minister said the machine is fine, but we will work on it and also work on it. And that triggered so many programs. And thanks to the Murthy Garu, who has kickstarted the programs, all the programs like FTP program, Hackathon, and many other initiatives that have actually triggered a very vibrant advance in the state for building the talent. So what IBM does typically is, so whenever they sell computer to any of the region, or if somebody buys significant amount of time, they create something called Quantum Innovation Center in that region. So that is how the idea was originated. And while we were having this discussion last year, so we briefly stopped by at Madhumurthy sir and said that this is what we are thinking of, this is what IBM is proposing. And then Madhumurthy sir went and initiated the YCs across the college networks. So that's how we got this 381 QICs were initiated within the colleges, while even this discussion is still in progress. So we are much ahead of, means once there is a thought, so we are again the speed of doing things at Andhra Pradesh is reflected at APSCHE's work here. So that's how that idea got triggered, and then most of the colleges have established these 381 QICs across the state, and APSCHE is coordinating with all of them and have been successfully driving the TV programs, and hackathons, and initiatives that we are doing along with them. We are able to share the information to all these cells. So there is already a network. And now what we are doing is we are getting closer towards getting the building and then getting the sort of computer. Now we thought we will have to organize this nicely so that we can do much more higher order things. And so now we are trying to walk through this Quantum and AI Innovation Center. So we are creating this an upper level framework. So where we not only work on one system that is coming here, so we should build skills where we can also any quantum system that is coming into the region or any quantum system that is available in the world. And not only that, so we don't restrict ourselves to quantum. So we also look at other areas like AI, semiconductors, and other deep tech innovation. So that is the reason why we have named this as Quantum and AI Innovation Center of Northern. So we are actually a very open quantum innovation network. When we call quantum AI innovation network, so we look at all the frontier technologies. And thanks to Murthy sir, so this already laid out all the vision for this one. So what are we going to do here actually? So the vision has always been to work on this 1,000 quantum use cases. Again, so just for the sake of simplicity, remove the word quantum. So I'm sure most of you must have by this time have realized who are working on quantum, that when you're working on quantum, you don't just work on quantum. You also benchmark whatever you're doing your work against classical algorithms also. And these classical algorithms are nothing but the AI and optimization of the simulation algorithms that you're doing. And you have to benchmark your results to see how your quantum algorithms are coming. So which means if you're working on quantum, so it is imperative that you will also work on classical AI and do the benchmarking. So this is the way. And many times you will also realize that you actually take a classical algorithm and modify a part of the classical algorithm and run it on quantum. May not work on the full algorithm of modifying a full classical algorithm into quantum. So that is something that some of you must have already experienced it. And this is how the research papers are now published. So uh, in many cases, you will also realize when you do resource estimation that the current amount of quantum capacity is not sufficient to run even a network model, right? Network models. Like if you take UNet as an algorithm, so if you try to run this entire UNet algorithm on quantum machine of say 133 qubits, you'll not be able to do it. It's very expensive. So we'll have to break down that problem into a smaller piece and then run that on quantum machine. So there's a lot of learning both on the AI side as well as the quantum side, and In fact, the estimation of resources required for quantum itself is a research problem. So why I'm saying all these things is we have to learn all these things as part of this innovation center, and then we'll take help from IBM. And apart from that, it's not only we're not talking about one machine. So right now we're talking about 133 qubit machine, but what quantum follows is something called Rose's law, just like Moore's law. So in quantum, it follows something called Rose's law. So where the quantum volume or the number of qubits doubles every year. So IBM, maybe they will be bringing up a higher machine, say a much more powerful machine, say 1,000 qubit machine in some time, and then a million qubit machine by 2033 is the roadmap right now. Almost all the OEMs have published a million qubit maps. Right. So when we have these higher qubits, so we'll again have to relearn the things. So that would require a lot of effort. So whatever we are learning may just get outdated. And then we'll again have to think how we're going to program this 1,000 qubit quantum machine. Now add AI on top of it. So we are now getting used to writing code with AI. Now there are no models that people have written for quantum. So now it will, again, we have to build knowledge there also so that we get better code written for it. And luckily, so many of these algorithms are nicely written by AI. People are accelerating it very, people are able to do it very fast right now. So you take an optimization problem, you ask AI. So it gives a mathematical model, and now you try to implement this mathematical model now. So earlier we were even trying to formulate that mathematical model also. So, but I think what we have heard from the research community is AI is doing this very well, and so it has cut down some efforts. So now we focus on translating the mathematical model. So like that, we have a lot of things on our plate which we'll be learning through this QAIC. So when we talked about these 1,000 use cases, where do these use cases come from actually? So many of you must be following the use cases that are coming from hackathons run by BMW, Airbus, many of the enterprises like Deloitte, Accenture, all these companies running hackathons, the real world models, real world use cases. Again, in all these cases, they always set up the stage for uh, building the baseline so that we have a future outcome. So nobody says that there is an ROI for today and you can use it, right? So they'll always say, so please show us an approach which is actually scalable. And when you have a million qubit quantum computer that you can run, that is the stage that they are going to set. So we have to think ourselves in that aspect. These use cases are coming from industry and many of the startups. So in Amravati Quantum Valley, we have two startups that are there, actually research organizations that are there, like CSI, they're working on very interesting use cases. We have DRDO, so they're working on some interesting use cases. We have HDFC Bank, they have identified a basket of 18 use cases so that they are willing to share it to the community. So we will take all those use cases and share it to the network. We've also created a compendium of use cases, about 100 of them. We have 4 professors who got funding from National Quantum Mission. So we've taken those use cases as well. All these use cases will be shared to the community of QAIC members so that we all work together and try to solve those things and build all those things. So the use cases will come from these industry participants. And throughout the world, I think the learning is happening hackathon model. People just get onto hackathon and try to solve a real problem. And that is the best approach because these hackathons are coming from companies like BMW, which actually gives their own practical problem, including the data sets. So we try to conceptualize a problem, typically we struggle for data sets. So here they also provide the data sets and then some machine access and all those things. So the resources will be a problem. So here, so IBM is giving us, giving state government some part of the resource, which will be used by the QAIC community. So that resource is available. And of course, Vaika will also talk about other interventions that are possible in terms of using. So now today you get 10 minutes of free usage on IBM. But if you consistently use it, you also get more quantum credits. And beyond that, IBM, as part of Amravati Quantum Valley Initiative, is giving 365 hours quantum minutes, so which will be distributed to this community. So that's on the hardware usage. And beyond that, actually, so we also need a lot of simulation and doing work even before you put the problem on. So that would require, most of the colleges have got AI infrastructure. Sir has also initiated this consolidating that information about which college is having this power, HPC and compute power, so that you know that, so you can do some of your simulations on that classical compute before you actually move into this quantum computers. So so that will set the stage for you to do things at your own place, subsequently get onto the quantum computer. And if you have any resource limitations, so we have some of the centrally funded organizations who are also giving us these free credits, or we will figure out a way to get access to those machines as well. Coming to NQM, Reddy sir will be joining around maybe 1 o'clock. So in India, we have now an algorithm program going on. So there are 17 research groups which are working collaboratively with about 46 institutions and 105 professors who work on the quantum algorithms nationally. So from Andhra Pradesh, we have 4 professors who are part of this network. So they are also part of QAIC. So they will be supporting us. So we have Andhra University, IIT Tirupati, and ISET Tirupati faculty members who are part of our network. So they'll also be supporting us, and some of them are experts and they're working on very serious problems. They're already funded by government of India and some credits from IBM. So we have a team that is within the network who will be supporting us in solving this. And then we have the IBM team who will be supporting us in doing the good things. And we'll also be having support from National Quantum Mission for different things. They will support us with all this knowledge sharing and funding and then access to minutes. And we'll have an opportunity to submit our proposals to the next call. So those are the things that are happening. And with all these things, our goal is again to work towards this 1,000 quantum algorithms. Sir, it is actually 2028, sir. So not in the 1 year, actually. For 1 year is too ambitious for this, actually. And where do we get this 1,000 quantum algorithms is also a question. So maybe that will also be in, probably will be understanding more about who is doing what across the enterprises, and maybe new ideas will come up and work on this. And one interesting thing that's happening globally, if you take the Fortune 500 companies, the Ernst & Young survey says more than 300 companies are working on quantum experimentation today. So on their use cases, people are still trying to figure out what's the problem to solve with optimization, simulations, and AI, accelerating AI, and all these things. And these companies are also looking for talent. And this talent comes from typically in India. And this is where they are experimenting through their GCCs, so which are there in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and other places. So now we are seeing these requests coming from these GCCs also. So which will be hiring from all the campuses of your college. So which means we have to translate it down to the students so that they're also part of this QAIC network and also start solving problems along with us, and then get ready for this GCC assignments. So that's the job creation part. So there's a great opportunity here. So most of these big companies, I can name them, all the banks, all the pharma companies who are having their offices in India. If you go to LinkedIn and search for jobs, you'll find their job descriptions already. Right. So these companies are now started working on quantum technologies, some of them in quantum security, quantum algorithms, etc. So they all will come down to Amravati if we build a sizable talent. So our immediate goal is to create a 5,000 people talent pool here who are capable of working on quantum algorithms at scale, right? Who can work on this 133 or 120 qubit quantum machines and then build on top of it. So that is the goal. So we have 2 goals as part of this innovation. So first is to work on these algorithms, whether it is 1,000 or 100. The second part is about creating a sizable talent pool within this region, and through that we'll be ready for serving the world, and many startups and many innovations might come through this intervention. So this is the goal of this center. We have a structure that is defined on how we'll be organizing. So Vaika will be running that presentation, and subsequently I'll talk about how we are doing this. And we have timelines that are defined and kind of things that we're going to do. And IBM will also present the interventions that are coming, like the summer school, the fall fest, and the road to utility program, road to practitioner program. So like that, IBM has created interventions so that we can get into all those programs and enhance the knowledge. And again, our academic cycle also moves. We have new students who will also come. They can also get onto this, and we'll repeat this year on year. And another important point to say is it's not we are doing just with IBM. So that is the interesting part. So while IBM is supporting this initiative, Amravati Quantum and AI Innovation Center is a broader initiative. So we also work with other partners. It is not that we're working only with IBM. So if you find any interesting partners who are willing to help in this journey, so please also add them to the network. So that is a request from society. So this is the broad view. About the vision of this QAIC and the goals that we have. Once Vaika makes a presentation after the break, so I think you'll have more clarity about what we are talking, and then subsequently we will talk about the operational structure, how we organize, and then we will share the use cases and which we will distribute on the network. So our time starts now, so we'll have to work on this one, and we'll have to constantly give our updates to Madhumurthy sir on what we are doing from the state, and we'll work on this course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We break over to you, sir. Yeah, for concluding remarks.
I think it's a wonderful mission that we have of identifying, coming up with use cases, more and more of them. Probably by the end of this year, we would have our quantum computer coming up. And we also need to make use of the facility that we have. And that's a great resource for us. And I think our preparation with all the use cases would help us take lead in this particular direction. And making use of these frontier technologies would also help us resolve several of those things that we were not able to do so before, which were consuming more resources compared to what we can at this point of time. I think this is a challenging moment for all of us to be associated, to make use of our curiosity, creativity, and come up with more and more of possible solutions for the problems that we all cross, identifying issues that can be resolved and that need to be resolved on a priority basis. I think this is not limited to any particular field of activity. As Dr. Sridhar was mentioning, they are all open to every field of activity, be it biotechnology, medical, agricultural, aquaculture, anything. So all fields are open, and there are several avenues and possibilities. And I think all these things should also lead us to several economic activities of startups, new entrepreneurial activities as well. Incidentally, we have Dr. Ganesh from ASME here. We have done a hackathon on mechanical aspects in one of the institutions. Okay, yeah. And I think each one of us at the institutional level as part of QAIC should also come up with the hackathons with appropriate problem statements so that students are enthused and challenged. We don't see that there is challenge in the classwork today, and students seem to be digressing their attention to other matters because resources are plenty for them today compared to what it was in the earlier case. So it's not only a challenge for the faculty member, but it is an opportunity for us to deal with things that we were not able to deal with so far. I think that's the idea. And yes, there are several problems that all of our organizations have. And these students, if led to, given an opportunity to deal with some of those, I think they would come up with the real problem statements. I think this is an opportunity to explore our organizations, our issues, and resolve, however small it might be, but it might add to some other things that we already are facing. In that particular context, as we already said, I think Voika would come up telling us what sort of additional benefits that we would be reaping and how we would be benefited with this global network of AIC, QAIC's centers that exist and the opportunities. Definitely, we are also planning to come on with another hackathon on AI very soon, to be followed up with a hackathon on semiconductors. So that's the plan that APSCHE has. So I think we are all in the process of now making the problem statements to enthuse the students and pull them into this. I think with this, I think the floor is open if somebody has something to share before we have a short break.
Please. Very good morning to all of you. It's wonderful to participate in this particular discussion, QAC and other things. So I'm not fully aware of what is happening, sir, but I have only one suggestion for you. Because once Pradvina sir was telling it has to be there for next 5 years or 10 years, long-term perspective. So what I suggest is there should be a strong theoretical group should be there to understand deep technology innovations. Research component should be there. Instead, algorithm development is fine, we are doing it. But there should be a theoretical background people, at least few professors you can identify. And they have to come up with some modeling or theoretical concepts so that in semiconductors or quantum communication or biotechnology, if they have some concrete breakthroughs in critical understanding, then it will be much better for next 4 or 5 years to have a very good innovation in research. As being a professor of physics, I thought I can just share my thoughts because I'm talking about a long term, not for 1 year or 2 years. It should be 4 years or 5 years down the line. We should have a deep, strong research group which can give you a very good initiatives, innovation ideas. That's only suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Venkat sir, you want to address this? You want to say about the suggestion? So much for the suggestion, sir. I think sir was suggesting we need to have a strong theory.
Yes, it's a very good suggestion. And I think all the three aspects, one is the theoretical aspect, then the implementation, and then the industry coming with their use cases. All three are very much needed pillars in this. And I think out of these 381, maybe we can figure out who wants to focus on which aspects and based on their strengths, because every faculty might have their own interest and things. And in fact, yesterday I was in Mega Towers, and I think there is a requirement also for IBM to come and teach people to use up the bigger systems, because many people are still working on the smaller systems, 5 qubit, 5, 10 qubit kind of things. And it's just that they just need that little awareness to be there. So same way, sir, I think it's also the theoretical aspects are very much physics right now. So maybe we see how those physics faculty can be involved. But thank you. I think that's a great thing we must do.
And it's very much part of the plans, right? I think yes, we also really want that to happen, because core foundations is what will lead to useful use cases, right? So that's certainly something we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the suggestion. We are also joined by Voika. Voika, hello. Good morning. Thank you for joining. Oh,
Hi, good morning, good afternoon.
morning,
Can you
Voika.
hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah. Yes, thanks for joining. So we're just concluding the initial session, Voika. So we'll be taking a short break and rejoining in 10 minutes. And after that, you can start your presentation.
Great. Sorry for not being there. I would have loved to be there, but next time. I hope you have a good meeting there.
Yes. Thank you, Voika. Just stand by and we'll be coming back shortly.
Yes.
Okay, so with this, we'll conclude the inaugural session and thank you all for joining. Again, we are continuing the session. So just we'll take a 10-minute break and quickly join back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think initiative of its if it once starts presence here.
That's it.
Yeah, listening to
Sridhar garu.
University.
Support me.
Okay.
Definitely. He will also be a It's also preparing for the next vice chair.
I want to see. మన ప్రాపర్టీ చదువుకున్న అబ్బాయి ప్రిపేర్ దీని మీద సర్టిఫికేట్ కోర్స్ కి సిలబస్ కూడా రెడీ చేశాడు. నేను చదివాను బుక్. అంటే మనం వెళ్దాం అనుకున్న వాటికి మనలాగా చిన్న చిన్న కాలేజీలో చేసుకునే విధంగా ఉంది. ఒకసారి వీళ్ళిద్దరు కూడా చూస్తే ఓకే అండి.
మీరు ప్యాట్ కూడా ఉన్నారు కదా.
ఆయన లేడు, ఆ క్యాండిడేట్ రైటర్ లేడు.
సరే మీరు ఉన్నారుగా గురువు గారు, అది చేయించండి. ఆయన గురించి ప్యాట్ ఉన్నాడు ఇక్కడే. సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారు ఉన్నారు. ప్యాట్ కూడా బయటే ఉన్నాడు ఆయన. ఒకసారి
లాంచ్ ఆఫ్ దిస్
సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారు
లాంచ్ ఆఫ్
ప్యాట్ కూడా ఒకసారి పిలిస్తే అండ్ ఒకసారి లోపల రమ్మ.
Come, all quantum people can come.
Okay, please.
Come.
రండి.
రైటర్.
రిప్రజెంటేటివ్ రైటర్.
Come here, ma'am. Come.
One of our faculty member who happened to be the student of another faculty
What should I say?
has come up,
Yeah, please come here.
has come up with a,
Okay.
this is being launched now.
Oh, I see.
Okay, releasing a textbook.
So ఇక్కడ నుంచి తీసుకుంటారా?
లోపలికి రావచ్చు సందని.
Very long shot.
గ్యాప్ ఉందా అక్కడ?
జాగ్రత్త. టీవీ పడిపోతుంది.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. See you later.
See
Bye,
you
ma'am.
again, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I'll come stay.
Yes, sir. I'm
go to the specifics, we'll see the presentation from Monica about the full concept on how they orchestrate the global works of quantum innovation centers and how the framework is run. Quantum AI Innovation Center. So while IBM calls QAIC Quantum Innovation Center, so we named it at Amravati as Quantum and AI Innovation Center, so that we can bring more initiative. Monica will share the framework and then I didn't know how we organize and all of this. So Monica, again, welcome back. Thank you again. Sorry to keep you waiting. We've taken a little longer break than expected. So again, thank you. So over the last 1.5 hour, Monica, we had a huge inaugural celebration where I see we had discussion around how the state is organizing different initiatives and interventions to scale up the quantum initiatives. And now we would look forward to your presentation. So again, to set the continuation of the tone, so we met the last time on March 20th at high-level discussion around how do we define strategy for organizing ourselves and we'll build a very inclusive network so that we can all collaboratively solve these problems together. And Monica has interacted with each of the participants who were there. And then she also made the notes and she came up with a strategic action plan. Based on that action plan, so the framework is derived and IBM follows a model which we are taking cues from that one and organizing the state networks. But our volumes are huge, so we have to organize a little differently, add one more layer of hierarchy. But the concept and principles are same. So we'll get all the necessary guidance from IBM team to scale up our research eminence and work on this on the algorithms and talent. So that's the core principle of remain the same. So with that next slide, so I will request Monica to take over and continue the session from here on. And Shesha and Dina will also assist Monica from here. Over to you.
She has to be. And also unmute.
Hi, I managed to unmute myself. Can you hear me? Great. So, hello everyone. I do have few slides for the smaller community that is going to be in the leading of the work stream that we want to be focused on education and enablement. And I have some slides to walk you through, also a bit of a review of what we discussed in end of March when I was on site there. So just to recap, because we want to build on what we discussed before, and also focusing on how we're gonna move forward with certain activities. There are some more eminent than the others. So let me try to share because I'm not sure how this works.
So be able to share like a video co-host.
Yes, I'm getting a pop-up for here. WebEx is requesting to bypass the system private. Let me try to see if I can. Let me see what you see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay, great. Do you see now full screen? Do you see the full screen? Yes, madam. Okay. So as you know, as a Quantum Innovation Centers, of course, welcome to be part of IBM Quantum Innovation Centers. We have around 30 Quantum Innovation Centers across the globe. And we are very happy to have, again, in India, wider initiative. Of course, apart from the access to resources, technology, what is important is really organizing on the programmatic approach in order to drive from education and talent pipeline in towards the research eminence. So that's the main purpose of a Quantum Innovation Center. And we are here from IBM Quantum to support you. So you have Dina and Shesha in the room that, of course, being local, they will be always very close to you. I will have someone in from my team. So I'm located in Germany, as you might remember. But I will have someone from my team that will start from August 1st, gonna be their dedicated person for you to assist you in the journey across different pillars. So here it's a bit of a busy slide to explain the governance model, and that's why we wanted to have this call before with having the call with a broader ecosystem, because you are here in the room or online connected, identified as the leads for the education enablement. Enablement is especially specific to research activity. Education is for workforce development and activities related to upskilling the trainers, but also the students and researchers. So what is the governance model that we see it working very well with Quantum Innovation Center is where, of course, we have the top level that is going to be checking on the strategy direction and policy guidance. We hope this will happen touch point quarterly. Then operation layer that we are actually having already in place for a couple of months already, that we have weekly meetings that we are discussing different activities and prioritization on how to execute and deliver the activities. And what we are kicking off today is the really education work stream, and later we also identify the research work stream. Right now we are combining those two in one, because we need to also upskill the researchers to get to be driving research eminence. And those we depending on the urgency, so we can have it, usually we have it on the bi-weekly because it takes time to organize, but giving the urgency of the time frame with all different activities such as QAIC Global Summer School, or to practitioner, developer certification, etc., we might need to do it on the weekly basis. So that's what we are starting today. So this is a kickstart of education and work and enablement work stream. You can think of it as education and research work streams. So we are right now combining them in together, but at certain point they will be running its own course, as they will be focused specifically for the activities pertinent to them. On the right side, you can see the main figures that will be active from IBM side. So this should not be surprises. Maybe some faces you have not seen, but they are always there. It's from IBM Quantum Support that they are supporting on technical. If there are issues, tickets being raised, they are the ones who are working on the ticket. They will also be supporting Dina's team to drive the QSkit and dedicated workshop in there. You see that I have placed the picture from Bharadwaj, who is gonna start in August. So that's why I already do some disclosure that he will be the dedicated engagement lead for the AQCC, for QAIC Quantum Innovation Center. And on the quote, yes?
No, super.
Do
So
you have a
No, please continue.
Yeah. So Of course, I did not put all the people that is going to be supporting you. I put only the lead faces, so Dina can talk more about his team. You will also hear about Fabio because he will be driving some educational programs from his side. You will also hear from Ritajit, who is going to be focused more on the research support projects, so support for the research projects specifics. So here we just give you a flavor on how we're going to be engaging experts from different streams. And actually there will be additional people that we're going to be pulling in depending on the topics that we want to deepen. So that's on IBM side, but we will need is to complete the picture is to have also the names from your side. So we have a clear governance model and awareness of the contact people for the large community that you have. So we that will be also usually done through a specific portal where you're going to position the leads from your side in that picture, so people know how to contact and who are the face for different activities. Are there any questions on this slide? If not, I'm going to continue into, so this is basically on the engagement model, how we want to drive structurally. And of course, focusing on specific topics on really bi-weekly or weekly basis. As I've mentioned, I think we're going to start with the weekly, given the pace that we want to execute. Now, what are the goals that we are driving? So this is the 3-year target that I don't think it's a surprise for you. So faculty skilling in quantum technology over 3 years, we want to have 600 faculty members being trained and skilled to drive the courses and the activities to do the first layer of education for the students. So we want to be having 5,000 trained students and certified. So how we are divide and conquer that, you will see more on the next pages. The quantum algorithm and use cases, that's the mission, to get 100 useful use cases to over the 3 years. That goes hand in hand with either patent or research publications, and also opportunities for startup incubation over the 3 years, and also converting those into industry partnership being activated. None of this is new to you. What we discuss, I'm not going to go into details, but just to remind you that we did have a workshop at the end of Q1 in March, in person workshop. We collected that, we aggregated this in more specific needs and challenges expressed, and what are the actions that we agreed to in order to cover those common needs or specific needs. And we identify different groups. So most of them, they are reflecting in getting started workshop, awareness, access to the product overview, access to our technology, and different ways to engage with the ecosystem from different profiles. So that's what you see in the green part. And we also have specific goals and timelines on education. So activate, educate, onboard, and foundation at scale. And then we want to get to really from the teach the trainer and research activities. So we have some KPIs. So we start from really assuming level set. So that's why we call novice level to get to the practitioner. There, of course, there will be some low-hanging fruits that there will be more ready than others that we want to engage first and as a piloting opportunity, and then catch up with the broader group as we move forward. And similarly for the research onboarding, scaling up, and research application. So this is the timeline. Now, how I think it's easiest to capture that So this is a bit, I think, maybe makes easier to understand how we are approaching it. So if you think of this gray oval as the India community, the broader, even beyond Andhra Pradesh area. So then within it, we want to focus more on Andhra Pradesh community. There, the first activity that we're gonna be driving and need to prepare for it is QSKID Global Summer School, which of course it's a international activity, but it's gonna go beyond the India or Andhra Pradesh community, but we want to really identify people from the state that gonna be benefiting from this 2 weeks intensive summer school that Dina's group is gonna be there to enforce preparations, because what it matters is not how many sign up, but how many finish those intensive courses. So we want to facilitate the completion of QSKI Global Summer School, not only the beginner's track, but also the more deeper track in advanced track of participants. Out of that, after that, we want to also focus on the tailor educational program towards practitioners. So that's called Road to Practitioner. We want to identify the date and work towards identifying 100, 150 people to be working on the specific enablement skill set to get them either to be an advocate or a researcher out of this. As you can see, it's not only from the Andhra Pradesh state, it's also driving outside it. We have advocates out of it. And for advocates, what we mean is really those who are gonna be driving the, for example, QSKID Fall Fest activities. So you can see within the community from Andhra Pradesh, but also maybe outside communities. So we need to channel those. So that's why this bi-weekly, weekly meetings that we need to ensure that those are not too thinly spread. We need to have them very strategically placed the QSKID Fall Fest, where we're gonna be positioning those advocates to be the voice for the community. And if you look at it, so in terms of the goals, so we want to have the faculty trained. There was already effort to ensure that the curriculum gets updated with QSKID in classroom. And I think Dina also shared more details on how we can refresh that curriculum. The target for that is to get 100 faculty teaching 100 courses to 5,000 students. So the 5,000 students come if you are assuming 50 students per those 100 courses. So this is kind of a loose target. Now we want to also get certification and badges for those who are participating actively in our programs from IBM. So those are the, for example, QSK Global Summer School. The target, we want to have 2,500 that are known to us, students registering through the QAIC. I know that it has been quite confusing with the open link that we have. So we need to ensure that we know people who are registering for QSK Global Summer School, so they are benefiting for specific activities that we drive through the QIC. We target out of 2,500 students, 500 to actually complete the QSK Global Summer School. Those are the ones which will get completion certification. And we want to provide preparation materials, support preparation session, and Dina can share more details on how he wants to roll out that very soon, imminently. Those who gonna be completing the QSKID Global Summer School might also benefit for getting vouchers for QSKID Developer certification. So those are having the dollar value for them. So this is the reason why it's we for now targeting 50. We might expand further, but will be to have a good problems to have that we need to expand further that number. And out of those who are getting QSK Developer Certificate, we want to actually create the advocates And then they can become also QSCIT Tier 1 advocates because they actually fulfill their requirements for getting the Tier 1 advocates. This is one way to certify talent, which is passing through this training period. The different way to certify is also through road to practitioner, but this is much more narrowed because we want to get out of the road to practitioner to do matchmaking with the research activity. That's the main activity that we want to drive with the road to practitioner. However, it also gives opportunity for advocates, that the voices that we think that are active in the community, and they can support your leadership in there. We can position this talent in that role. So that's why it's very important to identify these advocates, because they will be supporting your activities for education, outreach, and there will be then also the knowledge transfer from you to the community, but also from community to you. They will be driving the QSCIT Fall Fest, for example. And we are expecting that there will be minimum 10,000 participants across multiple events in Andhra Pradesh. You can see here 3, but QSCIT Fall Fest, but actually there will be much more. So we just need to have visibility so we can know how to support and channel those activities, likely through Discord channel or WhatsApp groups. But we need to have that visibility to create the link, the network, and the linking of the activities. Out of this road to practitioner, we will be hoping that there will be follow-up into specific tailored journey for research eminence, and that's what we call road to utility. It's not so easy peasy to get there. We will need to do some activities in terms of the user case workshop, technical exchanges, and understanding what projects people are working within the community. So this is where it overlaps with advocates that are going to be following closely on the research activities, different type of appetite versus the outreach activities. Also remind that there is National Quantum Mission call for proposal on research activities. So that's where road to utility will overlap with that as well. So if we look at the research, so that's why road to practitioner, as I mentioned, is going to be focusing on certifying people who are driving towards developing advocacy and train the trainer, because it's a lot of good material there for knowing what is relevant with the noisy systems. But the main focus target will be the ones which will want to drive activity in the research. And as I mentioned, we're expecting around 150 participants. We would like 100 people to complete that. It's not going to be easy, but it's a 2-3 months journey. So QSCIT Global Summer School, it's intense, 2 weeks, almost daily lectures. Road to Practitioner, it's 2 months journey that is going to be on a weekly basis lecture with the homework, with the notebook to work on, finishing with a capstone project that people will be working in groups together, and that's going to be linking to more research activity. Now, to identify, to make it to matchmaking for the road to utility, which is really identifying project that we think is going to be pushing the our hardware. So it's not necessary this 100 application use cases. So we want to really cherry pick the ones which are going to be pushing activity on the hardware. So research eminence, meaning driving also new algorithm development. It's really publishing papers in the peer review, not just feasibility studies on use cases for industry and application. So those are the ones which we might target 5 top projects selected for dedicated IBM support. And the idea is that maybe out of these 5 top projects, there will be replication in terms of knowledge transfer to add other 50 projects that will continue even without IBM support, but with the support from the advocates that have been identified to be positioned in leading this activity. So we want to create leads, not only do the hand holding for all the projects that we're gonna see from the region. Is this picture clear on how we want to approach and what is the assignment from the leads that are in the room or connected today on the online? Is this silent because the room is silent?
Yes, repeat that. What you said?
I could not
She was
understand the question.
He was asking if there is any question.
Madam, actually, it's not out, madam. So in the recent first we received about the like guys, IBM classroom account registration, madam. Means one faculty can register and 100 students can be enrolled. So actually, from our university, I have registered as a classroom as a faculty, madam. And we do not know the procedure how to enroll the 100 students too.
I will need someone to repeat the question closer to microphone because there is some echo in the room. For me, it was not easy to understand the question.
The question is for those who had gotten the feature codes for classroom accounts, how do they enroll the
Okay.
students? I think we can maybe have a larger enablement
Yes,
session.
I think that's what we plan to, you will see the activity that we're gonna plan. So right now, I'm not really discussing the how we're gonna be distributing the access and how we're gonna be working on that. So but you're right, we're gonna be making use of the feature code for the classroom, and we need to see how we can, what is best way to organize. I assume is best way to organize by institutions and to ensure that people know the users that they're going to be accessing those instances, because you have visibility for those who are going to have this feature code. They will have visibility who are on those instances, and that's why we're going to do a dedicated session. I think it's going to be planned for next week or the week after, before the QSKIT Global Summer School for sure. Okay, so I think the questions that are starting to come, I think we'll be linking on when and what happens next. So I think this is clear how we are gonna be divide and conquer the community with the events that we are planning, though they are globally, but we're gonna do more specific training sessions for the community with the team that we have locally. And Dina can also go into more details on how it's best to drive the preparation sessions for the QSKIT Global Summer School, preparation sessions for the QSKIT Developer Certification, and then how we're gonna be rolling out the Road to Practitioner, and after that, Road to Utility. So basically, we are doing this kind of funneling. We want to ensure that everybody is exposed to what quantum is and what is the state of the quantum technology. So that quantum awareness session is going to be usually open always to everyone. We might record it and spread it if people missed the meeting when we organized those. So this will be refreshed on the regular basis, maybe once a month, maybe once a quarter. So we need to see also how fast the product is evolving in terms of what tools users have in their hand. Then the ones which want to be more hands-on, we're gonna do QSKIT workshop, and then we're gonna get more into the practitioner programs, and for example, the QSKIT Global Summer School, the Road to Practitioner, and so on and so on. And then we do the funneling with specific programs for the educator, specific programs for advocates, and then specific activities for researchers. So this is basically another pictorial view how we are organizing it. Advocates, as I said, developing advocates is going to be key, especially that we talk about really a much larger number that we have in different regions of the globe. So the role is to drive and nurture the Andhra Pradesh quantum ecosystem, be the voice of the community. We need to have clear responsibility that those advocates have to learn, connect, and do knowledge transfer, plan and participate to events. So we are one people that are not shy. They are the ones which like to be in the middle of the actions and want to provide orientation and clarification sessions. That's why they need to be enabled first. So we know that the messaging is in line with what the technology is capable to do. So not to hype, but to provide really clear expectation of what technology can be doing, but also for them to drive that, we need to also make them aware of some benefits for them to drive that, maybe special access to numerous interesting projects, networking, possibility to receive mentorship from the experts, being local, being international. So bring them visibility so we can actually support their career growth, guidance, and access to the technology. So that's what we need to create those advocates. So it's going to be benefits from IBM, but also benefits from Andhra Pradesh leadership to positioning them, maybe having their pictures on the website so people know who are those advocates. We have seen that done successfully across the globe, so I think this is a good picture to drive that. This is our 2026 calendar from IBM general. So that's why I'm not going to go in too much details, but we organize webinar on the regular basis on the use cases. So we need to leverage that. So we want to be modern, up to date with activities in India. So that's why it's very important to have these activities in the and connect specific tailored journey in relation to this Build, Connect, Learn IBM Quantum Network calendar. So we have in July, we will always share with you the latest network newsletters. Those are available on IBM Quantum platform, but we need to be the voice to make sure that they are being spread every month to the community through the QAIC. The QAIC Global Summer School is the milestone for the July. There are also specific network office hours open for the community. So then you will also see who is dialing in. And then we're going to have webinar from the product and also webinar for seminar, but also for the industry use cases that are going to be presented. So we need to leverage those. August, the coherence time newsletters. There is not specific event in the IBM Quantum Network. It's also usually vacation across the globe. But then September comes busy with activities from the different conferences and summaries. And then October starts with the QSKIT Fall Fest. So that's why we need to prepare. And November, there will be developer conference. This is the milestone technical conference where we want to identify those who participated, been active in our education programs and research activity, to identify few people to go to this developer conference. So this is my target as well. And also we want to link now to specific timeline that we're going to be driving here. So you can see, to address to your first question that you had, administration overview, we want to do it in the first week of July. To ensure that you know how to use this feature code and how we're going to be making use of the access to the technology that we have. There will be a QSKIT introduction workshop next week. I think, Dina, you need to correct me if I'm wrong, that you were planning to do it for sure, the first workshop before even the 1st of July, and then to have on the regular basis 1 hour session to do QSKIT preparation sessions for the QSKIT Global Summer School. because those who register, we want to make sure that we have a high completion rate. So QAIC Global Summer School starts July 13, and we want to have a really opportunity for them to address questions, and after each lab exercise, there will be 4 lab exercises to really ensure that people are completing those lab exercises, because otherwise they will not get the completion of the QAIC Global Summer School. I have more details on how the QAIC Global Summer School is going to be rolling. That's going to be presented in the afternoon in 1 hour, when we have a 1 hour break in 15 minutes. After that, we plan to do QAIC certification group studies, because we want to do preparation for QAIC developer certification. So August, I think, will be a good timeline to do those study groups. We might have 1 or 2 study groups for that. Basically, example tests that are, because this is really exam. QAIC developer certification is an exam done not by IBM, but a third party, that it's really where students are going through really lots of questions that they need to address, and there is a specific barem level of, I think, 70% completion or something like that, that they need to get in order to get that developer certification. It can be parallelized with the road to practitioner, which is more specific for the training. It's good material for the training, but also we want to do matchmaking with the research. And that's where we're going to be doing some focus group use cases, discussions, and webinars on what are the interesting use cases to be explored. So that will be then linked to technical exchange. There will be QSKIT Fall Fest outreach activities, QSKIT advocates, QSKIT developer certification, but research in purple color or dark blue, how you can see there, it's really activity related to research or use cases, application, algorithm development. In pink are the activities for education and outreach. In black are the events that we are gonna be organizing we want to have results to be presented there. So this is the time frame, and that's why leadership is needed from your community to support these activities. Road to practitioner, we usually run it twice a year. Now we plan to have the first cohort identify after the QAIC Global Summer School, so we need to define that date together with the availability of the team that is going to be rolling it out. We hope that we can squeeze 2 of them this year, but this to be determined the second one. So that's why I'm saying that the timeline is very compact on how we want to roll out this programmatic approach on training, but we need to know the readiness of the ecosystem to absorb those programmatically. We might need to space it, because what matters is not really quantity, it matters quality.
And about
So are we all on the same page with supporting this aggressive timeline? Because we need your commitment on helping us drive this activity, because you have a very broad community, so communication, making sure that we follow through, so that means that understand how is best to reach out to the consumers, to the users, having maybe a Discord channel if you have it already, that having it really channeled on specific activity preparation for QAIC Global Summer Schools. QAIC Global Summer School people being signed up for those, knowing who are this, because right now as I said, it's a bit of a mess because people sign up with the open link, not with the QSKIT, with the QIC link. It's not a problem per se, as long as we know who those people are.
Yeah, what clarification is at this point, maybe can you also share that link on the assignment of here? Because there are many participants. Again, it is based qualification can just take కొన్ని చోట్ల అటెస్టేషన్ లేదు అన్ని పేజీలో అటెస్టేషన్ that's how it's what is specification. Eligibility application is confirmed. Maybe it's
We can hear
Okay.
part of what
Is-
percent of the level. Population no, this mic she's not even
she's not hearing from the stream.
Is there a question? No, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Whoever is typing on the chat is helping because I have a full screen and only that's why I can see it. So, basically the journey we are trying to separate. I mean, when you say research, we can also think of application and use cases. It's not only the research academic, can be research for towards application, but education is really more really upskilling for talent pipeline, but also thinking on how do we match that talent with different activities toward the specific goals that we have for Andhra Pradesh. So getting them to the quality in terms of use case exploration, research eminence, and so on. So on the left-hand side, education for research, pool of talent, educators to teach. On the right-hand side, research for identifying problem statement, getting started, and what IBM will be supporting on by setting small groups on topical discussions, and then we can do discussions on the verticals. Sometimes we will see that more on the, when it's needed on the horizontal in terms of methods, we're gonna be opening for all. So this is how we are thinking to approach it. Verticals on to make it really focus on pushing the needle on how to run it on the hardware and how to run it and how to make it actually connecting to feasibility of the use cases. And the horizontals is to push on the methods and understanding maybe like error mitigation techniques, etc., etc. And at the beginning of the call, you saw that we discussed the 3-year targets, and basically here it's more how we are splitting that for the next, for this year. So the target is over 3 years, and here it's the roles and responsibilities on IBM versus AQCC, not AQV per se, AQCC, on how to leverage different programs on our side, how to leverage different resources that we can do it, but we need your support. We cannot do it alone because you have access to the community. So we also want to also leverage whatever you have already built. So we don't want to wipe it out. We want to actually refresh and make it better. So we need to leverage your own certification if you are teaching already and you are already providing some guidance to the students. You already organize projects. We want to inject it with some what makes it more relevant. We need your help to identify the key advocates and principal investigator researchers to drive those activities. We also want to leverage the NQM quantum algorithm project that have call for proposals, and also getting I mean, that is where we need leadership your leadership to be aware of also key milestone events that you might drive in specific institution, conference that we want to leverage for driving the access the results in there. With that, I finished my exactly in time. So Dina, please, and Shesha in the room, please collect the questions because very and follow up so we can discuss after, as I said, on a bi-weekly or weekly basis. So I want to know what date makes best sense for you. Is this time Thursday 1 hour session to have conversation, what is next and how we are preparing. We need education leads. We need the names who are in the leadership for these activities. So we can start putting the names to here are the people on our side, because I want to have those meetings being focused on how we drive these timelines.
Okay. Rika, can you hear us?
Yes, now yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Vaiko. If you can share this presentation, one, and also the second part is, can you share the link for this Quiskit Global Fest on this, Quiskit Summer School on
Yeah.
this WebEx channel itself, because we have a lot of participants
I
online.
see. Oh, I will show. I have it actually. We have in 1 hour the call that is open more for the community. In that one, I'm actually having the link in there. But I will also. I mean, I'm in the. Let me stop sharing because I'm in the full view and maybe extract that link to share it here from the other presentation. So in 1 hour, I'm gonna be basically showing this time scale of people so they're aware what events are rolling their way, and also having one slide for QAIC Global Summer School, for the Fall Fest, for advocacy. So this is the plan. So let me see if I can find the link. Here is the link. And also making them aware that we did capture all the discussions that we had before. Here is the link. So I'll put it on the WebEx. Do you have access to this? Do you see it in the chat?
Oh,
I put it in the WebEx chat. The way how you are differentiating from the open link is that there is a QAIC in the name. So
just give me a minute, Vaiko. We'll just check.
So do someone put the link? That's not the right link. That's what so let me be clear. The QAIC Global Summer School, there is a public link, which is going to be closed with this week because it's public and it's already at the saturation. There are already 3,000 people from India community sign up. Dina and I, we are trying to make sure that we identify those people who are from the Andhra Pradesh, that we don't miss them. The link for the QAIC specific, that we know who are the users, are the ones which are having this QAIC label in it. I know it's very confusing, and apologies for that, because the QAIC Global Summer School has been publicly announced. There is a blog, so people are seeing that information. And if they sign up for that, they are not missing anything in terms of being registered for the school. We missed to follow through with them because we don't know who are them. So we are trying to identify. There is a lot of effort to identify them and try to see the duplicates.
Yeah. So, Vaika, to make life little simple, so please post the latest link, and we will advise all the groups here on the call to register and encourage their students to register from this link.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So all the participants on the call, please follow this, the link that is posted by Voika for registering for summer school. Please encourage all your students to use this particular link. This is a special link for Amravati Quantum Valley. So we have more benefits if you register through this link. This community is navigated little differently, and also get more benefits if you register from this link. Don't use the open link. So just take the link that Voika is posting here. So we'll take this link. We'll also circulate it on the WhatsApp groups that we have. But this is the right link.
Yeah. Thank you. And as I said, we can guarantee 2,500 seats. If there will be more, we will be trying to identify evenly across different institutions. So we are just not, it's not just one from one institution, right? We want to have a global overview of the state.
Thank you, Voika. Yeah.
Okay, so we are reconvening in 55 minutes with the community.
Voika,
Yes.
Voika, I'll continue with a small presentation again, just to present the governance framework to all the participants who are there on the call. We will take another 5 minutes to share the governance plan so that we had prepared. So how we are organizing internally. So this will be aligned to the organization structure that you had shared. Particularly on the education and research side, you have given specific goals. So here we have mentors who will be sharing these goals and taking it downstream. And we have organized the hierarchical network here because we have 81 quantum innovation centers as well. So we're trying to group them so that they can collaboratively talk to each other and then take this forward. So maybe I'll just run one small document. This forms the basis for the way we are organizing at QAIC. So you will have spokes from the state who will be working with you, Shesha, Dina, and myself. So we'll work along with spokes at a governance level. And then we have mentors who will be again working with us, who will again take all our activities downstream. So that's how we are organizing this, Vaika. So this is the first time we are also sharing it to the community. So we thought maybe we take this opportunity to run this structure to them. So approved by our chairman sir from APSCHE. So we'll follow this governance structure for the QAIC operations. Sure. Please let us know if you're able to see the screen, online participants, Vaika.
Yes, yes. A bit small, but yes.
కొంచెం జూమ్ చేయగలుగుతారా చూడండి కొద్దిగా okay.
I can enlarge it, so I can read it. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the Quantum AI Innovation Center. The big talk today will follow this structure. So we will have a very high level advisory committee. So which is at the policy level. So this is coming from the leaders of the state. So we have Commissioner Higher Education to Government of Andhra Pradesh, Dr. Bharat Gupta Gi, and Dr. Madhumurthy Garu, and Sri Kamakoti Garu, and Professor Satyanarayana Garu, who will be the key leaders, who will be the advisory to this one. So myself and Venkat sir will be supporting this structure. And then again, so we will not play much role in the activities downstream. So the idea is the entire network is given by academicians. So we want the network to run on its own, and then deciding the goals and what Vaika has presented right now. And we should align to the calendar that Vaika has shared, and then take these activities forward. The next thing is the governing council. So this is the structure. These are some key leaders who will be contributing to the key decisions of how this QAIC will be operated. So we have IBM team also in this one, along with leaders from the state universities. We have a core team here. So some of them are assembled in this room and some joined online. So this will be the governing team. So we have Professor Vijay Bhaskar Rao Garu, who is here with me. So he'll be chairing this governing council, and he'll be supported by Dr. Anil Kumar Garu, who is vice chair for this council. So both from APSCHE and supported by the other team members. Yeah. So we have Professor Vijay Bhaskar Rao Garu here. So, and we have Anil Kumar Garu, and it was just a brown. Oh, yes, okay. Sorry. Yeah. So Anil Kumar Garu is also here in the room. So, Vaika, mainly you'll be interacting with this team because we're creating a little open network. So we might also, this team will also interact with other partners who will be coming into the for discussions. Like tomorrow, we may interact with another partner who is coming in neutral atoms or something like that. Then we'll have another lead who will be interfacing with them. So we have to, as a state, we are keeping it little open structure, but we have the IBM team who will be working with this team to make sure that all the goals are clearly understood, timelines are clearly understood, and we'll be working on the process.
Yeah, as I
And
mentioned, I will have a dedicated person also there to
yes,
the engagement lead there. So the Bharadwaj
yes,
will
yes,
be also there. So we will make sure that he's going to be supported by Shasha and Dina as well, of course.
yes, yes. We'll also add Bharadwaj, yes, into that list. And then we have mentors. So here the structure we are taking, Vaika, is we have identified about 50 of them. I think the list is a little bit growing because there's more interest from people. So this is an open list because as a state we are creating an open cluster here, which will actually lead all the initiatives for us. So we have expression of interest from about 50 of them. So right, actually the number is right now at 53 and it might increase a bit because there are more requests that are coming. So the way we are organizing here is, so we are organized by regions in the state who will be anchoring few of the 381 quantum innovation centers that we have in the states. They are clustered and grouped to these three who are represented here. So all these quantum mentors who will be helping those each of these quantum innovation centers. And not only that, so this lead will also decide the vertical in which they will work, and also they will also decide on the vertical, and they also pick up the use cases, and as a team they'll work. So let's say a mentor is working with some 8 institutions, so which means he'll be engaging about 8 into say approximately 10 people in each of these QICs. So it is like 80, team of 80 plus their own college. So it'll be about 90 people, that 90 team members will be working on this one. And the information will flow from the lead, and they will take a common goal and working on the common structure, and it's up to them to decide what area they want to work, and which vertical they want to choose, so they can decide and also reach out to the mentors, go to the mentors from to the governing council team, so who will help in getting them the required help. So that is the way it is structured right now. So this is the structure is little flexible. So because the idea is while the quantum is the primary thing, again we want to keep it little open so that the same team can also anchor other initiatives as required, and the structure will stay on. And this, depending upon the activities that are going on in this the mentors team, so they can also change their priorities in consultations with the governing council like that. Again, keeping it little open architecture here so that people can flexibly choose things and also align to the goals of the calendar that you had shared, Vaika. We have this faculty focus areas, so we have use cases and algorithms. So on one side, we are coordinating with industry and startups in terms of getting these algorithms. Of course, a lot of training sessions organized by IBM themselves. So we combine all these things, and then now we request the mentors to choose in consultations with their respective QICs. They choose their problem statements based on their area of interest, because sometimes it is up to the capability of that team, right? Some might be interested in working in finance domain or say, drug discovery domain or something else, or materials, or quantum security. So you can choose your area and also work on the use cases, decide on your use cases and work on those use cases and list down what are the resources required and take help from the governing council, where IBM team is also there. So who will help you in gathering all the resources and help you to move forward. And at the same time, this group take a collective goal in terms of building certifications, uh, building the use cases, and many more things that will come into the play, right? We might be writing papers together, right? So if you take all the national mission projects right now, so or the national programs that are going on, it's all collaborative. Right? It's not one university that is working, a group of universities that are working, and that knowledge is more valuable. So we're following a similar structure here, so it's exactly the same. Uh, so the use cases we'll share shortly. The list that we had compiled, that also we'll post it on the WhatsApp group. You can pick. There are about 100 use case scenarios. As I told, we have taken use cases from NSTL, we have taken use cases from HDFC and some of the startups and all these players. So those details we will share in the WhatsApp group, and teams can pick up, and we will try to create a governance around which team is working on what. And then we have, so this is the district coverage information. Just for your information, this is not an important data point, but again, some districts, there's a lot of interest. We have many more colleges, so we have a lot of QAICs there. So if any of you are having very special interest and all those things you want to contribute, please feel free to join the mentor group. So mentor group is a very open group, and a lot of collective knowledge will be built there. Sir was also mentioning about creating theoretical expertise there. I think we'll figure out how do we get a structure so that we can have that theoretical foundations and knowledge. And many of the verticals require all these specific skills. Right? So even if you take our organizations that are coming to Quantum Valley, so we can divide them clearly into certain areas, like some in defense, some in pharma, drug discovery, life sciences, so some in manufacturing, like that. So I think we can align the four group areas, and the members can decide which area to choose, which area to contribute, and then navigate this road. We have the implementation timeline. So we've also taken cues from what WICA has presented. So we did set up the goals here. So we have broader goals for the state. Like in the morning session, we were talking about building a talent pool of about 5,000 plus people, then working on this 1,000 algorithms. So there are key goals. Rest of the things will form into sub goals. Sub goals can be achieved only if you follow the calendar that WICA had mentioned. So if you follow this QAIC Global Summer School, and then if we have 2,500 plus participants, that will naturally address the goal of creating talent, local talent here. So you can get jobs for, or you can build IP, and or maybe the startup ideas may come from here. So that's how it is there. So the timeline, so we will say, so 1 year view for now, and then align to the goals of what Vaika has mentioned in the calendar, and move forward like that. So this is the implementation timeline for your view. So we'll be sharing this document. So this is the end of the document actually. So this is a very high level governance structure. So we have an advisory council, a governing council, which will be interacting with Voika and team, and then we have group of mentors. So who will be coordinating all the QICs, and so we regularly meet based on what Voika has mentioned. So we'll follow this calendar and try to take all the interventions that are coming. So in terms of Global Summer School, then QAIC Fall Fest, Road to Utility, Road to Practitioner, and the Ambassador Program, and all these things are opportunities for you and students to learn this in a very engaged way. And I'm sure we can, I think once we have this knowledge and also the collective knowledge that is coming from the group, so we will have the ability to write high quality papers and then translate that into nice research and startup ideas. We'll be sharing this document as well. So Vaika's presentation and this document will also be shared, both the things. Yeah. Yeah. So any questions from anyone? One hand raise. Dr. Venkatramana Garu. If anybody would like to speak, maybe you can just do a hand raise, and not sure if you have permission to unmute yourselves, but definitely. Huh? Sure. You can also put it in the chat window if you have questions. Otherwise, but do follow the link that.
Unmute. There is one hand from Dr. Nona Venkata.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So maybe, yeah. So if you have questions, you can also post it on the WhatsApp group. We'll take it there. Many of you are on WhatsApp group already, so we can use that as also a channel. To have a single source of truth, I think one suggestion that is coming up is to have a common website for this entire thing. We'll be soon getting a AQV website. In that one, we'll also have a sub portal for this one, and where we'll be putting all the information that is available. So till that time, please excuse, and we'll post it on WhatsApp group till that is up and running. Anything else, Shesha, you want to add?
No, I think we can take a break, shorter break, 45 minutes.
Okay.
And before we wrap up for, because in 40 minutes we need to dial for the community. So please also agree, Shesha, Dina, with the next meetings, so we can put it in calendar on the regular basis.
We conclude section. We conclude it in the announcement. Yeah. Anything from anyone? Okay. Sure. So we have a small announcement from Dr. Anil Kumar Garu.
Reference to all the quantum hospitals. I'm audible? Yeah. So actually we said what moving state that requires the IBM complex. Most of you have registered for IBM classrooms. So each login will accommodate 100 states. That is very important apart from this initiative. And one more thing we requested by GPA. Whatever GPA the count requested, like 8 to 16 GB of GB office, because it's important for us to remove the product measurement. And apart from this, we are also hosting so many virtual activities, hackathons, etc. Apart from the quantum valley, way semiconductor, we also shared one hackathon, which is going to happen very shortly. The last date is 30th of this month. This is organized by American Society for Mechanical Engineering, called the Rainbow. I will encourage all your teams. The prize money is used. 5 lakh rupees is the first prize, and there are so many other prizes also. The beauty of this hackathon is the finalists will be selected to visit US for this final program. We will sponsor for actually. Like this, we are hosting so many hackathons and boot camps on different cutting-edge technologies. So this one, I request all the quantum innovation coordinators. Not only that, we also invited the IAC coordinators, mentors, and also Idea Lab coordinators also. I request all of you who can together build a very innovative ecosystem as per the Honorable CM Garu vision. So we are trying to build from process to product innovations. And not only that, we are going to make every home as an entrepreneur. So this startup culture, we are actually mentoring from the APSCHE side with the leadership of APSCHE. With these few words, I thank everybody for joining and sparing your valuable time. Even most of the
colleagues are still in vacations, are still is toward your valuable time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, well, so with that, we have a broad overview of QAIC's launch. So we're going to follow. So we'll be sharing these documents. If you have any suggestions, comments, please share your feedback to us. We'll send it to the WhatsApp group. Anil sir and Vijay Bhaskar Rao sir will be coordinating with you with all the communication required, and Shesha and Dina will be available for required from India. We'll also share their contacts. So if you want to trouble them, please feel free to do so. We'll take guidance from Vaika and regroup for schedule that Vaika is planning. That will take a break now. So, it's almost.
We use the same link, right? I just stay on this link.
So I think the number of participants that are on the group can take. So what we are thinking is, Vaika, so we'll be we'll taking a lunch break here, and it'll take more than half an hour actually, definitely for us.
Okay. So but it's the same links, and then Dina, you just ping me when you are back.
Yeah, we have participants here, Vaika. We'll be sharing a separate link to you.
Okay. Okay. So then I expect from Dina to send me on Slack the link. Okay. Enjoy the lunch. Sorry not being there.
Thank you so much, team, and for all the faculty members across the state. Thank you all for taking time, and we'll stay in touch, and we'll coordinate on the.
On behalf of Action,
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, Vaika.
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, welcome back, Vaika. Sorry for the delay. So long delay actually. So we had very interesting lunch.
Lunch. You had lunch, so I could imagine. I also grabbed a banana.
Oh my goodness, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Or the same link which is on the WhatsApp.
Sridhar, let me know when you want to get started. So I assume you want to do a couple of.
Another 1 minute. Another 1 minute, Vaika. Yeah, we can start. Anil sir, we just want to record this session, sir. Anil sir, we are not able to hear you, but we want to record this session. No, sir, can't hear you. Yeah, yes.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, you are audible, sir. Yeah.
Oh, sir, YouTube link is also available. It is recorded. No issue.
Okay. Oh, it's okay, sir. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Same link.
Fine. Okay, so welcome back again, everyone. Thank you all for joining post-lunch session. So Vaika will again continue a presentation. So this is a presentation with a little bit more information. So this is for the broader audience mainly. So here, so Vaika will be covering broadly about the program and what are the features that are available. It could be a little bit repetitive for you. So Vaika, maybe you can cut down a little bit on slides because
We just record it, right? So
okay, we'll still record it.
for
Okay,
the broader audience, it's good to be self-contained.
sure. Okay. Okay, fine. Yeah, we can continue with the presentation, Vaika. So maybe you can kickstart actually.
Yes,
Sir,
so
Anil sir, so this recording is happening on YouTube. So this is right now coming on YouTube also actually. So we'll take the YouTube live recording.
Sure.
Sure. Yes, Vaika, please.
okay, so hello again, everyone. So for those who have heard it, there will be a bit of repetition, but it's also, since it's being recorded, I think it's good to give an overview of how we are cascading various activities for 2026. So this marks basically the kickstart of the education enablement efforts and really talking about the events that are imminent on our schedule, and that's why it's very important for you to act quickly on certain activities and also opportunity to see a bigger picture on why we are doing this. Of course, I have with me supporting this, so I'm dialing from Germany. I think some of you saw me when I was there and in March, at the end of March, but I have Shesha and Dina on the call as well to support moving forward. Who is not on the call but is going to be joining our team soon is Bharadwaj. He will start from August and he will be the engagement lead supporting the Quantum Innovation Center's activities for Andhra Pradesh Quantum Valley activities. So with that, I do have a set of slides and let me start sharing. Let me figure out. Again, I have some pop-up, but I think I can navigate around that one. Let's see what you see. I don't know. So I think you see a bunch of slides right now, but I'm gonna make it full screen. Do you see the full screen? Someone needs to say something. Yes, I see now. Thank you. Thank you for confirming it. So, yeah, so this will be focused on education activities, on concrete steps on how to get access. We will provide information in a week time. So please just keep in mind that this is more to understand why those education activities are happening and the timeline and how we are cascading and what is the relevance in here. So yes, we had a couple of events that have been announcing that AQCC is an IBM Quantum Innovation Center joining our set of strategic partners that we have across the globe. So it's not only about having access to our technology, but it's really how to make use of that access in terms of elevating the skill set of the talent in India and especially Andhra Pradesh area, but also how to convert that upscaling into really tangible results in terms of research and impact into the ecosystem. You've seen the goals, so I don't need to go into details. There is an aggressive 3-year target where we are here to support, but we do this in collaboration with your initiatives, and we want to really empower you to be able to drive it. But we are here to support in terms of how to use our tools and how to drive a programmatic approach and how to leverage what we already provide for the community and for specific scaling up efforts into creating this research eminence, quality, and use case explorations. I also want to remind that we did have very fruitful discussions back end of Q1 in March, where we had a design thinking workshop where we collected a lot of feedback from you. So we have grouped that, we process it, and we really want to address those challenges, needs that you have identified. So we are very grateful for those efforts, and we want to make sure that we hear you and we try to ensure that there is that dialogue in a structural way and constructive feedback and how we can actually tailor the journey for your needs and for success in the region. I'm not going to go into specific details, but we did try to make sure that all those that we see, we marked it in green, IBM action, and we want to make it in a way that it's really can be scaled, can be tapped on it, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but we also don't want to make you feel like you are losing an opportunity. So it's going to be a cyclic journey. But for 2026, we start already addressing those milestones. Of course, what we want to do as well, because on one hand is to bring awareness of the new technology, which is going to be bringing impact. It's not going to be working in isolation. Quantum is going to be always working in. Can you hear me? I hear some noise.
Yes, ma'am. You're audible. Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, okay. So here it's showing really how we plan to channel the efforts, because of course there will be different levels of interest, different level of skills that we want to sharpen in and channel them in either into education path, a research path, or advocacy. When we say research, actually, because this technology is new, research doesn't mean necessarily just academic scientific breakthrough, which of course this is the backbone of any advancement that we can do with this technology, but it's really also exploring the impact this technology can bring in the enterprise, startups, and so on. So that's why we put research path, because we want to also ensure that we are pushing the technology, not only using the technology. So this is at the high level how we are kind of doing this funneling. It's going to be a cyclic journey. So it's not, as I said, we try to do it kind of like a wave. Like right now is the moment to act on the wave 1 because we have some exciting activities from IBM Quantum Network that we want to leverage and tailor and prepare you for them. So I will also, I know that already some of you have seen it, but this is basically explaining how we are cascading these education programs that we have for India community. Within India, you have Andhra Pradesh community that's where the Quantum Innovation Center is now addressing the main needs because we're going to have a system also on-prem there. What is happening imminently in July, mid of July, is QSKIT Global Summer School. This is a global initiative, but we want to ensure that you tap on that because this is a 2 weeks of intense course, and I'll have more details on that, that we want to have ensuring that we are reserving 2,500 seats for the Andhra Pradesh community. That's the seating that we can guarantee. Of course, if there will be more, that will be an add-on, but the 2,500 seats, that is what we can guarantee. What is important actually, that people are completing this course with exercises being done. So for that purpose, we will be supporting with preparation sessions for the to make your students and participants ready to digest this intense program. The follow-up after that, we will plan to do a tailored program for upskilling further, mostly guided towards research projects. The road to practitioner, R2P, road to practitioner. So we use a lot of jargon here. So if it's not clear, please raise your arm because I want that all these acronyms are clear. Out of this road to practitioner and QSKIT Global Summer School, we will also identify advocates that will have an active role in ecosystem to be the megaphone for activities, a voice of the community to the leadership, and the voice of leadership to the community. They will be driving the QSKIT Fall Fest activities across different regions. So they will be popping up like mushrooms, but we will want to ensure that we have the visibility of these initiatives across the region. And they will be also outside the region, but we want to have this visibility so we can actually stitch the narrative and make sure that we are building on top of all this interest, enthusiasm, and do the channeling of the talent. So on the left-hand side, you see how we plan to address for 2026 these activities in terms of targets and the goals that we want to reach. At the end is really going from number of people being enthusiastic and being aware to actually start getting them becoming expert in specific fields or having a specific role in the community. So that's why through the QSKIT Global Summer School, we want to do preparatory courses for making sure that there is completion. We target at least 500 students to complete QSKIT Global Summer School. They will be then qualified for additional benefits for that those the stars will maybe even get some vouchers to get further certification, and with that it's of course positioning them better in the career path that they want to follow using this technology. At the end, we also want to identify the QSKIT developer certificates. Those are the ones which will gonna be a bit more technical, not just advocates for their outreach, but also more hands-on, supporting also technical activities in terms of QSKIT workshop in specific more remote areas that IBM will not be able to be present and maybe not so spontaneous in driving activities. There is also a different opportunity to get certification to go to practitioner, but this is, as I said, it's tailored mostly to match the gap towards the project-related activity on the research and use case exploration and so on. So it's not really for just education, because we want to do really matchmaking between those who are sitting on the project and need talent to work hands-on on the project with the talent that is willing to consume this technology. And then for outreach activity, there will be QSCIT Fall Fest, where we're going to be making use of the advocacy and advocates that are running. We know that last year has been very successful, this set of 2 months period where you can organize different activities in terms of quantum. That road to practitioner, as I said, was going to be the point to get to utility scale projects. So this is what we want. We want to drive also the limits of our technology so we can improve it and keep getting it close to what actually the enterprise clients will be needing in order to create impactful results. Road to utility, there will be more kind of preparations for that, because there will be technical exchanges, use cases, workshop, focus groups. But the road to utility will also be checking to see where IBM quantum research team can support activities that are also making use of national quantum mission call for proposals on specific research projects. So this is a bigger picture. And on the right-hand side is about exactly what I mentioned on the research. So that's the reason why, how we want now to roll out all these programs, and those are imminent on the way. And it's very important that you do not miss the train. So this is our IBM Quantum Network general 2026 calendar, what happens in July, August, September, October, November, and in December we hope there's going to be a celebration of the system installation in Andhra Pradesh area. So we in July, important milestone is QSCIT Global Summer School. This is a general calendar. There will be every month newsletters rolling out from us. There will be office hours where all IBM Quantum Network community, this is a community of more than 350 institutions that are tapping on the benefits from IBM Quantum. We want to share all the latest developments, the news, the results that our partners are also driving. So this is an opportunity to dial in. Now, from the general calendar, as I said, being a Quantum Innovation Center, you get more tailored journey. And this is more for your visibility, the plans, what is happening immediately now in even before July, what happens. We want to do really preparatory courses to get you started so you are not intimidated by QSCIT Global Summer School. Although QSCIT Global Summer School will have a beginner's track, nevertheless, since it's gonna have a very intense program, 2 weeks, and there will be 4 notebook labs that gonna be need to be finished in order to get the completion. Dina with his team is gonna be supporting these preparatory sessions. And I think it's starting the first week of July. Dina can provide more information on how he's going to be rolling those out. I think they will be recorded, but still it's going to be value proposition as a QAIC to roll out in that. We will also provide a product overview session. We are planning that with our product team, so you know what is the technology and how to access it, what where the information is, and then of course after Global Summer School will be opportunity to start doing study groups for getting QSCIT developer certification. That's an exam. That's a proper exam. So exam with multiple choice questions, with many questions. So we will be running some study groups to do trial exams, so you are getting better prepared to get those exams passed. Those exams are contra course, so that's why we're gonna be providing, the target is 50 vouchers, and we of course are aiming to get that to 100% conversion rate in terms of being certified. Once you people did the QAIC Global Summer School and got QAIC Developer Certification, they already qualify to get QAIC Advocate Tier 1. So this is where we also want to get the 25 people at least that are getting that advocacy, the technical advocacy in there to support the ecosystem building. And that's going to be a good timing because in October, November, we are rolling out QAIC Fall Fest. Next week is the deadline to register for the information session if you are the organizer of one of these QAIC Fall Fest. So I will be sharing the link with you later. So that's what you see in pink is activity related to education and upskilling activities and outreach. In purple color is more related to what we want to drive for the research, use case exploration, how to apply the tools, how to use the tools in order to drive algorithm development, understand how to use the noisy devices. So that's why I understand the error mitigation and also understand what problem statements are impactful using this technology, not in isolation, together with CPU and GPUs. So there will be focus groups organized on the verticals, and we will start with the ones which are more ready, and we can plan them accordingly as a workshop for awareness of what use cases has been already explored by our partners to give you an idea where is interesting to use to look at the quantum as a alternative compute power that pushes the needle in terms of addressing big questions. All this will be repetitive. So we see in 2026, we will also have that in 2027. In black, you see that we have milestone event. This is the technical milestone event, November 13th, if I'm not, 11, 13, if I'm not mistaken. The developer conference, IBM Quantum Developer Conference is in Chicago. It's through application. The winners of the QAIC Global Summer School, there will be a couple of winners that we hopefully will get a couple of ones from India that they will benefit and will start presenting at the developer conference in November in Chicago. It's already confirmed, so the date I need to update here. And we plan that in December to be the installation of the system 2 launch event. For that, we also want to show that the ecosystem is active. There will be presentation from the ecosystem. So we want to start preparing interesting activities that have been already happening in 2026 there and what is going to be planned for 2027 as well. So this is the reason why we are so excited to be here today, because we need to start planning the QSKIT preparatory sessions, QSKIT Global Summer School. And I have important clarification, because we realized that since the QSKIT Global Summer School is a global initiative and we are advertising it on all our platform, we are advertising the public link. And I think many of you have used the public link, which is fine, but what we want is that you would register with using QAIC link, because there are additional benefits, and then we know who you are. So these preparatory sessions can be, we can send a note and you are not missing it. Of course, you have the WhatsApp group, so you might not missing it per se, but it's in making aware. I mean, we have also, as I said, 10 QAIC members across all our QAICs who complete all lab exercises with exceptional scores will receive automatic acceptance to the developer conference. Also, what's not here on this slide, I realize now, is that we will also identify those who will benefit for the vouchers for the developer certification. It is going to be only the ones which use this QAIC link. So if you register and there is no QAIC naming, that means that you register open registration. So we will be looking to make sure that you have not missed, but better is that you are using the QAIC link, and then we are, because this is where we can guarantee 2,500 seats Likely there will be more, but the number of guaranteed seats is 2,500 at this point. There is a limit on how many seats we can have. So that's the reason why I urge you to use. Pretty sure open registration will be closing this week because it's already at the limit. So please take note of this link. We will also use it. I will share it on the WebEx chat, but right now I'm sharing the screen, so I cannot do it. How they program this QAIC Global Summer School, for those who are familiar, it's 2 weeks of intense lectures. What is new this year? There is a beginners only track. And then there will also, of course, be advanced track. So the first week usually is more lighter, getting familiar with all the, so not to scare people, but the second week is quite advanced. So there will be really much more advanced notebooks. There will be an auto grader, so the scoring updates this year to qualify for participation certificate or badges. Participants must watch 80% of all core IBM Quantum lectures. And in the advanced tracks might also complete all lab assignments. So that's why it's very important to follow through the preparatory sessions. We will have a touch point after each lab exercises assignment to ensure that you have a place to ask and check if you are following those. So it will be great if the rate of completion is higher. There will be also workshops for the network, but as you said, as a QAIC, you also have specific preparatory sessions driven by Dina's team. Just a bit of overview of what is Road to Practitioner. So the Road to Practitioner is actually 2 months, about 2 months, once a week lecture and notebook where it goes in much more kind of understanding of how to use error mitigation techniques and how to run it on the hardware, and also overview of specific algorithm that is going to be most applicable for different research activities. It's going to be finishing with a capstone project. So here are some prerequisites. We're going to be sharing more details. So this is the ones I've seen it from rolling from the last year. So we need to check that this is the up-to-date information, but there is a requirement. There is some quantum mechanics basics. There is Python programming basics. There will be access and QSKIT installation already done, and the course readiness and commitment, because we also don't want that we reserve these seats. There will be around 100, 150 participants allowed to be registered. So we don't want that we register those who are actually not committed to the 2 months and a half journey, that don't want to go through the capstone project, because we're gonna be taking a seat from someone who might be willing to do the whole journey. And we also want to ensure that those who are doing this Road to Practitioner are first in line to be picked for research activities and for the really working hands-on on the specific use cases that are being identified by the professors and researchers to move the needle on the goals that we have for Amaravati Quantum Innovation Center. So yeah, there is a theory in coding, the capstone project, I already mentioned that. Then the next part is going to be QSKIT Fall. So important is that by 23rd of June, please sign, for those who are plan to organize either a hands-on workshop, coding challenges, hackathons, research talks and panels, social and networking events. This is the opportunity for, if you want to host, organize, it's opportunity to sign up. Through QAIC, if we have visibility of those interests, we will try to channel, we also need to do divide and conquer on how we can channel our resources to support them. We might also decide to group them. So this is the reason why we want to have visibility of all these activities. So please don't forget to register by June 23. So this is the QR code. And there is a password IQNE exclusive. So because on the June 24th, there will be the first information session. So that's going to be, there will be, and you must attend one session in order to apply for it. So this is very important. And application is then due 20th of July. So it's not that you register for information session and now you need to organize. No, information session is for everyone to understand what is QSKIT Fall Fest, what it entitles, and then you can decide if you want to do that hosting of an event by July 20th. I hope this is clear. So you don't need to commit by next week to organize an event. You need to commit by July 20th after being informed. But to benefit from the information session, you need to register that now for that registration session. What we just for awareness, we are leveraging all information that we are posting immediately on the IBM Quantum Platform. IBM Quantum Platform is our go-to place for accessing the our systems from different regions, from EU region, from US region. There is also account information in there on how to run the jobs and everything, introduction to different functionalities. There are 30 days trial trial accounts, but we're going to be leveraging the classroom accounts. So we're going to provide information for the ones which going to be owning those accounts to invite the participants to with invitation link to access the technology. And we're going to be providing a lot of information in terms of learning and education programs. So we're going to be also providing support via our IBM Quantum support team that we have a bunch of them sitting in actually in India, which will be following through the ticket request all the issues that your users will be facing. Hopefully not so much, but they're there for you to support you. There are also guidance on how to raise those tickets to end up that the ticket is raised for the quantum activities. So QSKIT runtime is an important topic to select there. There is also opportunities to check and optimize the notebooks, the flow. We will also share more information once people are more hands-on with the activities. The Road to Practitioner that I mentioned, Road to Utility is more specific guidance provided by IBM Quantum Research Team to support you in enabling on driving and pushing the limits of our hardware, basically. There is a lot of documentation. I'm not going to go into details, but IBM Quantum Platform is really and when I say IBM Quantum Platform, it's really quantum.cloud.ibm.com, has a lot of information on how to use the platform and a lot of information on the learning. We are leveraging that, and the learning is the repetition is mother of learning. That's I always tend to say, because learning is like an onion. Each time you hear, you uncover another layer and you want to get deeper into it rather than be at the superficial layer, because to be an expert, you need to get deep into it. There is YouTube channel that we are leveraging also, Quantum Computing in Practice. Olivia Lanes has a lot of very good tips and kicks on how to get started thinking in terms of how to put this technology in practice. And we also have quantum crosstalks and lots of important podcasts on the YouTube. And the learning platform also comes with a nice tool for for students, how to understand the gates, the composer. It's a very good place to really start with Bell state and getting the fundamentals of quantum mechanics in application. So all that is a journey. I'm gonna be stopping here because the rest is a set of slides that you already have seen. This is just packaging in more in education and research activity. As I said, from our side is we do deliver hardware. We want to be out of the shaded area. So this is the circuits with the qubit, the number of qubits versus the circuit size. So how many actually operation we can execute with our hardware, and you can see the useful problems are located a bit on the farther right corner, but this plot is made with current algorithm. So if algorithm is advancing, all these points will be moving very quickly towards where our current hardware is. So this is the reason why it's very important to be aware of what is happening on algorithm advancement, because we might unlock very interesting problems using chemistry, materials, optimization very quickly, sooner than we are even ready for it. With that, I'm gonna stop here. If you have any questions, please, this is the opportunity. The audio is not very good for the people in the room, so just to be aware. Only if you see next to microphone, it's gonna be easy to hear. But otherwise, I'm happy to listen your feedback.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, is it audible? Sir? Is it audible? Sir?
Yeah, it is actually coming little low. You have to move. Okay, you have to move close to the microphone, Varsha.
Short, just short. Sir, I give my course. Sir, actually, I have opened the link to register for the course, summer school course, but I'm not able to go through it. So, ma'am, can you please share some more details how to register for the course? Summer school.
Actually, the link expired, seems like. But I also cannot open that link.
Uh, Not able to open the link, huh?
Which link?
Okay. So the
QGS.
QGSS link, Vaika, looks like it got expired.
Let me check.
Oh, so Varsha ma'am, I think there's a typo in the link that you had sent. It's QGSS. I think it's not OGSS.
Sir, I must okay. Can you please okay. IBM bot.
It's working.
Okay, it's
Okay.
working.
Not being expired, that's the benefit of
Yeah,
this
yeah.
link that we have. It's QGSS.
Right. Yeah, it's working, Vaika.
Okay,
Let
okay.
it go.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for checking.
Sure.
Mm.
Varsha, you can contact Dina later. So if you have issues, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
we'll
sir.
put it in the WhatsApp group also. That
Already.
you already put? Okay, great.
And I also
Sure.
gonna put the link for the QSKIT Fall Fest, because that's the one I think you should listen on the what is a QSKIT Fall Fest in the information session. I think that will gonna be very useful to know, and then you will know by July 20th if you want to organize something in October or November time frame. This
Sure.
let me try to get the link. I'm testing the link as well.
Okay. Yeah. Sure, Vaika. So thanks again for this session. So Vaika, what we will do is we will again have an internal sync up with all the core team members. Mainly the governing council team and the mentors, and we will again deliberate on the entire flow, that the presentation that you had shared.
because it requires multiple iterations so that the concept gets synced up nicely to everyone. And then from there on, we'll orchestrate with all the subgroups that we are going to create. It means we have already assigned few groups to each of the leads, and we will make sure that that governance process is smooth, because it's about engaging more than 3,000 participants. And so we see some challenges there. How do we organize and then nicely govern and track the things that they are working on? So we will do that part. The core team will work with you, Shesha and Deena. So we will give these updates, and we'll also constantly work with you as per the governance schedule. So we'll meet once in 2 weeks and then try to take the updates and then take the decisions forward. And now the immediate goal is that summer school, so which we will get the registrations on the new link, and we will try to follow up on that one. So we will make sure that we are getting sufficient participation, and we will also do a pre-event like what Deena was suggesting. So we'll do one pre-event so that we ensure that all the participants are brought up to speed, and then subsequently so that they can complete the course as per the plan. So that is the immediate goal, Vaika. And we will look forward for the use case document also from you, Vaika. So we have created some use cases from our side, so which we'll be sharing it to the core team. So we will let the team deliberate, discuss, and decide on which use cases they will take. We're giving that flexibility to them only, because based on their expertise, they will choose an area and then start picking up use cases or creating new use cases if required. But they'll start working
Yes.
on those set of use
just
cases.
but we will share its example of what because we don't know what use
That is
cases
fine.
are
Yeah,
relevant. So we will share
right.
examples from our IBM Quantum Network on the use cases they've been approaching with
Which are in
with
public domain.
Quantum.
Yeah.
So we are not giving per se the use cases. We are just showing examples of what our partners have done in different parts of the world. So now it's going to be indeed identifying how those methods and example, for example, energy sector, for car manufacturing sector, or and identify what could be relevant for what is happening in Andhra Pradesh area.
Sure. Perfect. Yeah, that's all, Vaika, actually. So that is from our side. So yeah, so with that, Vaika, thanks again for this session. So we also have the core team members who are on the team or on the call. Thank you all for joining this virtually, and some of you physically. Again, Shesha, Deena, and I had to come to a different location, so we were joined from a different location here. But thank you again for joining on this kickoff and inaugural session. So it's a good session since morning. So mainly we are trying to sync up the concept and organize ourselves so that we can do better and perform better. So that's the plan going forward. Thank you, Vaika, for all your support, and also the IBM team who joined today. Thank you so much. And all the participants and faculty members, the industry leaders who joined today physically and virtually. Thank you so much for joining on today's session. So we'll continue the deliberations on WhatsApp, and we'll make sure that we are having regular updates and then follow the governance process. And we hit the milestones and also celebrate those milestones. So that's what we will do going forward. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, APSCHE team, for supporting us on this initiative. Anil, sir, maybe if you're there, maybe you can close the session with your comments. Or participants, if one of you can take up and close the session from there. Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, we can give some incentives to the participants who have presented physically here
Yeah.
in the form of in a core group. So with your permission, we can do that. Maybe some of the numbers are in the core group. Yes, the 53. Okay, we can take,
Sir,
we can take
you're not very audible, sir. Again, you have to speak a little louder. I heard the incentives part.
Yeah, I'm audible, sir, now?
Perfect, sir. Loud and clear.
No, we can give some incentive to the participants who joined here physically today.
Sure, sir. Yeah, definitely, sir.
That is one demand actually raised by the participants.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Then we are asking, maybe we can include them in the core group.
Sure, sir.
And,
Yeah, please take the name, sir. Actually, we will reorganize that team, actually.
And I trust them that they can involve all their students
Yes.
actively, so that we can do wonders in the coming days. We can move towards making every event into a milestone event.
Yes,
So
sir. Yeah.
definitely with this team, sir, we can make this team as a world-renowned team in quantum as well as AI and also semiconductor, because all three together can make a wonderful ecosystem.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, team, for coming down from different locations to Amravati. So, yeah, we understand the pain. We also gave some last minute notices to few participants. Sorry for that, but we'll try to be better and improve. So, thanks for joining in person. And definitely, Anil sir will coordinate with you in updating that list. So, we'll take care of that one. Thank you, Vaika, and thanks, Shesha and Tina. Thanks for joining us in person today here. And we'll again meet in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much. We are very happy that we are kickstarting with all these educational activities. So, I hope to see you soon. Okay.
See you soon, Vaika. Next time, I think you should come here.
Yes, I will. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, everyone.